Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to another live stream. We are going to be just trading Asian today, Asian session. We'll be doing London and New York as soon as we get there. But until then, we'll just wait and see. So okay, guys, bear with me. So the new setup that we're going to be taking is going to be the power of 3. So far this week has been very good for power of 3. As you can see here, the entry would have been here. There was a breaker block here after the 10 a.m. news, and we got the pullback, breaker structure to the downside. Here, let me zoom in a little closer. We're not gonna focus too much on this trade here. We're just seeing if that breaker block will hold. But we had the breaker structure to the downside, breaker structure to the downside, market structure shift to the upside, giving us this area here, and that would be, what do we call that? A breaker. Then we got the breaker structure to the upside. This low is now protected. Then we also have here this area here, fair value gap, also right there, bullish. We'll pull up into this order block. As of right now, at this price, it is an order block until it breaks above. And then we also have another fair value gap here, breaking this high, coming up, testing this high right here. We get a pullback right before it breaks into this area here, which now becomes a breaker. Then pulls up, giving us a nice breaker structure, internal breaker structure, as at the same time it breaking this high, giving us a higher time frame breaker structure. Then we have that fair value gap here, and we enter right at the close, and then we target 1 to 2R. So that was a nice entry there for the power of 3. With the accumulation, manipulation, and then a distributed higher. We also did get another market structure shift to the downside, breaker structure to the upside, giving us another area here. And then price came up, retested into this breaker, and then continuing to move higher. So that would have been a nice, another 2R there, if I'm not mistaken. So it would have been a nice 125 points for 50 points. Points there. that actually doesn't match. So actually we go for 300 points. So it would have been at the close. So this one, if you strictly followed the 2R, wouldn't have been the best. It wouldn't have hit all the way at TP3. But maybe an add-on trade. It really depends. If you're only a one trade a day type of person, this would have been just fine. Trading window starts at 10, ends at 11. So this trade here was literally the last opportunity for us to enter, and it ended up being a profitable trade. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, it just consolidated the rest of the day. Consolidated right at around 3:45. We manipulated up, took all the orders on that side, and now market open and we're running for all the orders on the downside. So we're just seeing if we can take out this generated sell side liquidity here. It's also a weak low. Market structure shift, breaker. So we're just seeing if it's very choppy, manipulated. Well, not manipulated, but it's just a whole bunch of orders being cleaned up from the session prior. So low probability, I would say. Low probability for sure. I don't really think this is a trade we should have been in, but it happens. Might as well just hold it, see it through. As of right now, we're only doing a 1 to 2 RR, so we got many more opportunities on the day to see. I think we are gonna run. Maybe. As long as this breaker holds, we should be fine. If not, it is what it is. But we already have swept all these orders to the downside, and I would assume we are just working this area here, getting people to place their orders in. So this may be accumulation, distribution, manipulation, I guess. It would make sense if we manipulate down, then start to climb up, or manipulate up just to continue to coming down. So there's always it's either going up or coming down. We'll just have to wait and see. So yeah, that was the entry for New York. There we go to the day prior. Trading window would have been here, I believe. So I think this day was a loss within our trading window. Tried to aim higher, but prices continued to rush. This trade was not taken. It wasn't in the would have been profitable, but it was not part of the trading window, so it was not traded. Here, this is not in our window. None of these trades are in our window, so none of these trades were taken there. As you can see, some of them did work out, and it's a 1 to 3 RR specifically for New York session. So even though these trades would have played out, some of them those are not our trading window. You can see our trading window labeled here, where it starts at 11 with the red line and where it ends. And then the trades within that area are the trades that are taken. Here we saw break structure or manipulation to the upside, market structure shift to the downside. Once you see that, if you just have to draw your fibs, you would have returned back above the 50% into 62, between 62 and 79. We did see that area here, which never got traded back into, and then break structure right at 10:30, close at the candle, giving us this area here, close of that, as well as this area here. And then pushing down giving us this nice fair value gap here, or BISI, or SIBI, sorry. I should label these. I think that'd be better for visualization. And at the close of this candle, we entered for 1 to 3, and price went straight to TP. This trade here would also have been valid because it was inside the trading window. If we break this trade down, it was a manipulation to the upside, market structure shift bullish, market structure shift bearish, making this candle here. A valid entry. It's not a rejection block, it's actually a breaker. Because price could have been an order block if it rejected to continue higher, but it didn't. Closed below, retraced, and then continued downward. We're already like 50% on this trade, but it's fine. So that was on Wednesday. This trade was not taken. This would have been a FOMO trade for sure, but not in our trading window, so we didn't trade it. We did not trade that one. Also, this trade here was not in the trading window, so it was not taken, but it would have been, let's see, would it have been? Yes, it would have been a profitable trade for another 1 to 3 RR. Just another market structure shift to the upside, market structure shift to the downside type of deal. Uptrend at 5:30, 5:28. Between 5:28, this trade would have lasted all the way till 8:30. 8:30 news open. So it would have been an interesting trade to have taken if I did take it. Not in the trading window, but a losing trade. And that is the end. That is the end of Wednesday night. See, like, this specific setup is technically only for New York. So even if we saw trades like here at 3 a.m., it's not necessarily meant for overnight trading. So that's that. And don't believe, not sure if there was a setup here. Accumulation, manipulation, distribution. So might have been something to take into consideration there. After it swept this high at 8 a.m. we get the market structure shift. Gonna draw our fib out at that market structure shift. We also had a change in the state delivery. That would have been actually, we have to zoom in closer. Let's see. Oh, actually, it's all the way down here. But if you only use the close of the candle, I'm not sure if that counts. Yeah, I believe that's accurate. Right there inside a SIBI. To potentially go for shorts. Looks pretty accurate. So this would have been, if you would have instantly attempted to take this trade, that would have been FOMO for sure. But if you wait for the retracement, wait for confirmation, and took your entry somewhere in this area here, it would have been more reasonable. Maybe after inversing. Maybe after inversing this fair value gap there. Would have been some type of confirmation close of a candle to see if you can take a trade there. And Tuesday, I don't think my strategy goes back that far. No, it probably doesn't. But I'm sure this day's pretty easy for sure. This day was pretty easy. Not for people who like to look for straight reversals. It would have been pretty tough for them for sure. I know people that literally always want to see a market structure shift to the outside. They always want to see it reverse and climb, so they get pretty destroyed on days like this, which I'm a pro trend trader. So it does look like that trade just hit TP, so that's good. Sorry we didn't get to see it actually happen, but you can see right there in the P&L down here that it did hit TP. So this trade obviously wouldn't have been able to take because it's not in the trading window. So here, take that, place that there. This would have been more valid to continue to take in those shorts. It would have been along with order flow expansion. We did manipulate and sweep this high here, and we're gonna go ahead and jump in another short here. If you guys are not utilizing your hotkeys, make sure you guys utilize your hotkeys. I should link in the description one of those hotkey pads. If you guys are interested in the hotkey pads in order to get your trades executed faster, so you don't have to actually use your mouse to actually go over and execute, it's probably be a nice opportunity for you. So right here at 9:30, we made that imbalance, or that impulsive move down, retrace, sweep to high, and then we continued for the rest of the day, which would have been very nice, smooth trading there. And that was Monday. So Monday was pretty super clean. I think it would have been a great opportunity there. But yeah, and that was the week's price action. That was the week's price action, guys. All right, back to back. So we took the shorts here. Rewind the video if you guys haven't seen it. We knew it was gonna attempt to start to work sell side liquidity. Not 100% sure this trade is gonna play out, but we are doing 1 to 2 RR. So if we can continue to get impulsive moves down, I think we'd be able to utilize another win here. If not, it's fine. It's part of the game, guys, part of the game. But massive volatility here. Breaker structure, rejection off of the breaker from the day before. Hopefully we can see some extra intention. These wicks are not all too confident in exactly where they want to go. But the first hour, it's pretty much cleaning up price, so it's very unpredictable, low probability. But you can catch some runs, obviously, if you're on the right side of the market. Follow order flow, follow price action, and it ups your chances of being on the right side of the market. I like to target week lows based off your microstructure. I think that is something that really helps, because if we're going to be trying to catch these volatile moves to the downside, you want to be pro trend. Because if you make the argument that the banks are manipulating price down and then pumping the price up, that means that they're still on both sides. They're still going to be pumping the price down really quickly in your favor, and that's just determining whether or not how much you want to hold. Like, are you being greedy? So you can capitalize on the manipulation down as well as a manipulation up. But if you only limit yourself to the reversal setup, then you will always ignore the manipulation down and the money that they put in to push price down, and you will never allow yourself to capitalize on that move specifically, but only the move up. And that's only 50% of their true intentions. Their first intention is to manipulate price in one direction. That's your first opportunity. And then to see whether or not they actually want to target the other side of the market, which is your second opportunity. Some people only like to trade one of those opportunities. Me personally, I don't mind trading both, because I think it is very important not to limit yourself, because why do that? When they don't limit themselves, why should you? Unless you have discipline issues you're trying to work out, I do encourage you to limit yourself. But as long as you're applying risk management, you can always allow yourself to take both sides of the opportunity. As long as you're reading price action properly, I think you should be able to utilize any and every opportunity that the market has to offer. But if you can see some speed past this low here, at 576.50. I don't really worry about price. I'm just calling the price out. Will it happen? I don't know. This is not financial advice. Read the disclaimer below. Okay. And we did get that speed. So, really cool. Second win of the day. If you guys are liking this video, like and subscribe. Really cool to see. Really, really cool. Give me 1 second. So we do see another push to the downside, giving us a break of structure. We may potentially want to take another entry here. Not 100% sure yet, but we'll see in a little bit if we see our entry conditions. You guys give me 1 second. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I just have to make sure everything is in order. There we go. So like I said, that was a very good trade. Very good trade, I'd say. I'd say that was a very good trade. If we do get a nice pullback, we'll potentially see if we can jump into another trade, but as of right now, we're just gonna wait. If we try to enter down here, it won't be exactly what we need. It'll just be chasing price. And we don't want to chase price, guys. We don't want to chase price. It's not worth it. It's not worth it, guys. I do want to show you guys the actual entry though, just so you guys can see and visualize what is going on. So let me actually do that now. One second. There we go. I'll be right back, guys. Do not worry. I'm right here. There you go. So that was the entry we took. Just so you guys can visualize what we did. So we actually did take an entry here too. Just for proof, I can go and turn on those executions for you really quick. So a short there, TP hit here, short here, TP hit there. I don't like to keep them on because I find them pretty distracting, but I do think that you guys should be able to at least see where we entered here. What do you guys think? Do you guys want to see that, or are you guys just purely interested in the P and L? I don't know. Let me know in the comments. If you do have any questions I can answer for you, feel free to ask. If you guys are interested in the indicator as well, All that information is inside the Discord, so I do encourage you guys to check the Discord out. It's really cool. We're doing great things here. Doing great things, I think. By the grace of God, for sure. So we did already take, what was it, 2 positions? Theoretically, it was like 1, but as you can see, we actually did take 2, but I only have 1 marked out. One. So I think the one that you see on the chart here is the one you see on the chart is the A+ setup. The one that we took over here, the one you guys see in the thumbnail, is not A+ setup. So, and just remember, the A+ setup does not mean that it's gonna always win. I know you guys know that already, but yeah, it's not A+, but it works. It works the majority of that. I'd say the win rate on it is pretty. It's like maybe 44%. But at a 1 to 2R, that's profitable. It's profitable. See, so we need a deeper pullback. We do definitely need the deeper pullback in order to take another short here. But we do need like a rebalance. Like this was good and all into this little area here, but it's just not 100% convincing. Like, see how we came into the fair value gap, we pushed away, but it's like super slow, and then this candle here just got eaten away by the buy orders, and now we're in another buy order candle. It's just not something that is giving us too much confidence in the move that it wants to immediately come down. So maybe it needs a little deeper of a pullback. Maybe sweep this order block. Maybe they continue down. That's if we do continue down. There's no guarantee that's exactly what it wants to do. But if we do get a deep enough pullback, we should be able to take another short into consideration, at least at the bare minimum. We're already up 4R, so that's pretty good on the day, at least for Asia session. Yeah, so we're just, like I said, we're just waiting on a deeper pullback. I want to see price at least get to 1950.80. Kind of calling the prices out. So that would have to mean that it does sweep this order block here before continuing lower, I believe. In order for me to get a satisfying pullback around 1950, 1951. Because you could just do your fib here now that we got a market structure shift, and even that would be between this 50% would be already above already above here. So I said 580, which is down here. But if you want to follow those specific rules, it needs to be at least above the 50, which was at 85.75. And if you also add your premium and discount here, it would technically be, yeah, anywhere in that area. So somewhere around here, anywhere in this area here, to continue down. As you can see right now, we're about to create, this order block is about to turn into a breaker. If it does close, if it closes below, above, it's going to become a bullish breaker block, as you can see there. In another minute, it has to close above in order for that to stay a breaker. So this just confirms that we are gonna potentially be going deeper into a pullback before potentially either coming back down or starting to climb even higher. Because the only reason why I even, potentially analyze that price is going to come down is just to sweep all this side of liquidity, because in the PM session here, 4 p.m., it accumulated all throughout lunch and PM session just to manipulate the high, all this area here. So during open, as you can see, chopped up and then literally started to run towards this side of liquidity, sell side. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do start to climb back up, maybe rebalance. So rebalancing would mean checking the premium and discount of this entire range. Asking yourself, what do we see here? We do potentially see this small, this is on the 1 minute, so a lot of the price action that is presented other than order flow may not be as significant. That's all subjective. But we do have a breaker here. It could be an area where it just wicks and then maybe continue downward. That is the overall. As of right now, that is the current swing structure, which is bearish, because we're in a bearish market structure shift. So we would anticipate that price would need to come into discount in order to continue selling off to attack this sell side liquidity here. But as of right now, we can see that everything visual right now. The only thing we can actually see is this bearish breaker block here. That's even if we even get that high. But based off textbook, we'd want to see price react somewhere up in this area before continuing down. That's not always the case, but we did build up a lot of orders here. So we got a lot of orders right here. Mark that out for you here. A lot of orders there. Do I have buy side liquidity? Yeah. Buy side liquidity there. We do have this order SIBI here. If you guys are interested in my colors, let me know in the comments. So we could just come up wick this area. It's still under the 50%, so it wouldn't be A+, but that's something to take into consideration. We have that breaker here, and then we have these two areas here. In order to see, so like I said, textbook would say we'd wait for price to come up here, maybe sweep, market structure shift, fair value gap entry to target this sell side liquidity. That would be textbook. But we do want to that's, well, like I said, that's textbook. That's not 100% my setup. But you may see me take some trades up in this area, or you may see me, if we see good enough rejection down here, I would take the trades. So right now, I think, like I said, personally, I would take trades. If we can start to, let me get rid of all this. I don't want to confuse you guys. But like I said, that's textbook. If that's the exact setup and trading rules that you have, then you should be taking sells up here. But if it's not, it's discretionary. This is why it's called discretionary trading. But if we get a nice, me personally, I would like to see this. I'm pro trend. Like, I'm not gonna assume that we're done being bullish and that we're instantly gonna start reversing here, because there is really no significant indication that we're gonna be doing that. As of right now, all we see is a 1 minute market structure shift breaker. So will we get some pushing up? Probably. But if I do see a nice, real aggressive move back down, I would potentially try to take a short, maybe here. But the moves have to be super aggressive. I'm not gonna play around. And if you guys want to know my RR, it's 50 ticks to 100 ticks. It's I know it's like super tight, super sensitive, but it's just, you just have to be super careful with your entry. You gotta be super careful with your entries. Super careful with your entries. You have to have very, you just have to be able to understand that, okay, 50 ticks is not a lot, so I need to have like sniper entries. Like I need to actually either use limit orders. I use execution market orders, but I use market orders. So you got to be on point. Like when you click that button, it needs to be on point. But like I said, we may potentially want to take an entry here if it gives us the price action. You just really got to know. You got to know what you're looking for, As of right now, we're still in the pullback phase, so Not ready to take any shorts, not yet. If we can get above like, I don't know, 629, 26, that'd be and then maybe get a pullback, that'd be a nice shorting opportunity for sure. So 630, 630, that'd be a nice area to short from. But looks like we're rejecting off of that bullish breaker, which is expected because we did sweep this liquidity here, 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 and we haven't touched here yet, but it's looking like we just took all this, even generated more liquidity here, and then we came and ran it, gave us market structure shift here. This was originally order block. Once it disrespected and closed above here, turned into a breaker. Price came back into the breaker, pushed up, gave us buy volume in the form of a BISI or bullish fair value gap, closing above this high, giving us a breaker structure. Like I said, we are anticipating, if you guys look back in the video, we're anticipating a pullback to at least continue higher. If the overall trend is, I said the overall trend is bullish, or I'm sorry, bearish, because we're in this market structure shift, bearish market structure, swing structure, market structure shift, bearish here. So we want to be able to find an area where it can potentially reject. We did say all of this area here. All of this area here is buy stops, maybe buy side liquidity. We do have this bearish fair value gap here, so that could be an area of rejection. And like I said, if this is true and this stays true, this market structure shift here, then that means that we will be attacking this sell side liquidity after this pullback here is complete, whenever it is complete. So we don't assume that it's going to reject here. We do wait for that market structure shift. So we'll wait for it to come up like this, get weak, break a low, pull back into a fair value gap or breaker like this, and then maybe for confirmation of breaker structure. And then I know these triangles are not visually appealing, I'm sorry, but market structure shift, maybe a breaker, something like this, so it would be a breaker, fair value gap, bearish fair value gap, and then to target this low. So that's potentially what we're looking for here. But like I said, we don't know that it's actually going to reject off of this area here until we see the signs that we have a market structure shift, breaker, fair value gap. Or maybe just skipping this entry here and then taking this entry here at this leg, targeting this low. So this gives you more RR, but less confirmation. If you do wait for the market structure shift and breaker structure, pullback into a SIBI or bearish. See, I don't really like to use the actual terminology. Sell side inefficient, or sell side something, buy side inefficiency. I don't really like to. I just call them fair value gaps. So we're just gonna say bearish fair value gap. We can place that there. So it'll be from here. After getting this break structure, you can always do your fib from this high to this low, between 62.79 for more confirmation, and or put that premium and discount in there, seeing if it's above, and take that short here. And it also depends on what type of entry you want to take when it comes to entering into these fair value gaps. You could do the drill entry, the midpoint, or at the top. I really don't have any preference. Targeting that low. I do either 50. Well, for Asian specifically, I do just 1 to 2 RR. So I really don't negotiate on that, on the RR. It's just strictly 2 RR, because you got to take into consideration that Asia doesn't really move massively like London or New York. So you got to just take what you can. When you back test, you got to find the right RR. You can always use the ATR too as well. Average true range, it always changes between sessions. Obviously, you get higher ATR during high volatility sessions like London and New York. So that is a good opportunity there. So you may tap into this fair value gap there and may continue higher. If that is the case, we would technically want to be looking for them to attempt to run this high here. If you guys are interested in the Discord, I do believe the link is in the description. If not, do leave a comment and I'll see if I can get the link fixed. But normally I'll be live on YouTube in the mornings. I'm going to try to make it more consistent, trading live on YouTube. I do think that'd be pretty interesting to spend time with you guys. So we're getting that break of structure to the upside now. It's going along with the projection as well. So it's always good to see that, you know, your projections are pretty much playing out. There is no guarantee that your projections will always be playing out, but in this case, it is pretty much following what we think is going to happen. As long as we do see those closes above, they do count as break structures to the upside. As of right now, you can kind of see that it hasn't closed, but it is letting you know that we may get that close above. We did enter a new candle. Keep in mind, guys, that this is on the 1 minute. So it's really interesting. So we didn't get that close. We didn't get the close we thought we did, but it gets really tricky on the 1 minute. You have to be, just imagine you guys having to do this like by hand. You would really have to be on point with your markups, because if that's not a breaker structure to the upside, that means that your dealing range is not here. It does not move from here to here, and that means that this breaker structure goes all the way over here, like you see there. So I don't think I have the indicator signals on. I don't think I see it. 1 second. 1 second, guys. No, I don't. Interesting. So we're gonna turn on the signals here. You guys are gonna see the difference between the signals. So signals added fair value gap entries when the behavior, specific behavior, a rejection off of a fair value gap in alignment with price action. So it has to be in alignment with price action in order for you. It has to be alignment with price action, and it also has to reject the fair value gap in a specific way. It's not just any rejection, it's a specific behavior it has to do when rejecting in order for it to count as a signal. So it's pretty cool. Like I said, if you guys are interested in an indicator, do like, subscribe, and comment, and join the Discord. All information is there, so you can be able to use this as well. Like I said, I'll be going live pretty much during New York session. I do Asian, London as well. I don't do too much commentary during London, but I do still trade. I will still be entering and exiting the market. Me and my team here. Well, I personally will be doing it, but I personally would be. I will be facilitating. See, I gotta word this properly. I will be overseeing the operations, so to speak. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. And if you don't know, join the Discord. That's all I gotta say. We're gonna be able to do great things here. Wish me well. We're gonna be doing great things. I really hope. Much love. I really hope that you join the team and become part of the things that we're doing here. It's free. The Discord's free. Discord's free. To join the Discord and the lives. I mean, I don't do no specific, like, I don't do, I only go live on my Discord. I don't do that. I go live on YouTube. So that's free. Either whether you're in the Discord or you're not, I just share, information about, trading and trading setups, and specifically what we do at Wish Me Well. I share all that inside the Discord. But I'm just pretty, on the YouTube, I'm pretty vague, I'd say. Only because I like to focus strictly on price action and trading and not what we do at Wish Me Well. It's just, they're correlated. It's just I don't like to talk about it. I just don't like to spend the time talking about it when I could talk about price action right in front of me. It's not a secret. It's not a secret, guys. I'm not trying to gatekeep or anything. I just don't find it utilizing the best of my time talking about it when all the information is already in the Discord. And I can focus more on price action, reading price action. So like I said, the projections are still, our projections are still pretty clean and clear. It does look like we are still attacking. Not attacking, but we are going against, or still in the pullback phase. That would have been a nice entry, but pretty nice entry, but that is not the setup right now. But if you guys do see, I know there's a kind of delay. You know, I don't think there's a delay in the Discord. I'm not trying to plug the Discord right now. I'm not trying to do that again. But if you guys leave comments, you guys can just get your own copy of the indicator. It's definitely available. Just links are in the Discord. I always wondered, guys. Like watching other YouTubers, like their live streams. Like people try to execute the same trades, but there's just such a delay. There's such a delay on the stream and when they execute, and when they say they're executing, and then when you hear them say they execute. Like there's a delay there. So it's they don't like trade like super tight stops, so it's not like it would be technically like slippage if you just took the same trades as another trader on YouTube watching them live. You won't get the best feel because there's a delay. Like I said, there's a delay between when they say they're entering and when you hear them say they're entering. So you will get slight slippage on that end. Especially during New York, it could be pretty devastating. But I don't think Discord Live has that. I think Discord Live is pretty almost one-to-one when it comes to delay. So I don't know. I gotta check that out. Let me know if you guys watch anybody live trade on their Discords. Let me know if there's a delay. That'd be pretty interesting to find out. And if you guys did know there's delay, yeah, now you know. Price is pretty much low, so this is either a super deep pullback or it may actually be done. I don't think it's done, the pullback. We would have to have confirmation here. We would have to have confirmation here that this low gets broken in order to confirm that we may start to continue down. In this case, this low here is still valid, still respected the order block, fair value gap. So we'll see. Price has to get below this area in order for us to start considering the pullback being finished. So now you guys see that we did get a break below, but no close yet. Still early to determine. It's like 25 seconds left in the candle, but most likely if it doesn't close below and the next candle's bullish, it looks like maybe this is liquidity sweep. We did get another bearish fair value gap signal. I don't normally take them that far out. Normally I take them only here, but we did get that close. Oh no, we didn't, not yet. Like I said, if you're marking this out manually, it can get very tricky. It can get very tricky. So it has to close below. It has to close below. So we did get that massive move up instead, which, like we said, if you get a rejection, a bullish candle above after this pullback and it doesn't close, then yeah, we're gonna continue higher. This is just a liquidity sweep. So that's that. There's the answer to your question, right? So it does look like we just came to sweep liquidity down here before it continued up. Let's just continue to watch what happens. I am gonna delete these markings pretty soon. They're kind of getting in the way. Or actually, what I can do is I can move them over to the side. Do that. Move this back here, because that was pretty spot on. Like, that was super spot on. But this is kind of the setup we'd want to see if we took shorts. Will it happen? We don't know. But we are climbing towards the area. We are climbing towards the area here. To potentially try to take some shorts, maybe. Let's just wait and see. Wait and see, guys. So it's looking like that we have a higher time frame fair value gap. We are looking at a lot of buy side pressure. So first sign of the pullback being over is this market structure shift. We're still not 100% sure it is finished yet. We do want to wait for some more confirmation. We did get this major wick here, if you guys can see that. Major wick, rejection wick. We do want to see it break this area here. This bullish breaker, we want to see it break below in order to confirm that we are potentially going to be heading for lower prices. So right now we're still being patient. We're still not sure whether or not this is another liquidity grab. It's a little more apparent now. So this is the scenario now. We can either wait for price to get back up here to continue to climb. That would mean that this here would be another breaker. So we go here, we'll go breaker. Actually the breakers are blue, but that's one scenario. Another scenario is that we are finished and we start to at least climb back, break this low, and then start to continue down. Those are the two scenarios that we have right now. So like I said, patience is key. We just have to wait to see what price wants to do. Actually, I'll leave those up. I don't know if you guys are actually interested in seeing the projections of what I think may happen. So we'll leave those up. Like I said, that's potentially what may happen. So if that, this. If this, that. And it's never, well, never, it's not never, but majority of the time, we don't take trades like that. It's a lot of the time, it's not this entry, but it's the confirmation on that entry. Vice versa, it's not taking the entry straight off of there, but it's always the confirmation entry, the pullback into our area of interest that we take the trade off of. So I feel like I had to mention that so there is no confusion. So it's looking like scenario 2 is playing out. So I would get rid of that and this. So it's looking like the pullback is definitely, not definitely, but for sure, potentially over. And we may start to look for shorts if the setup presents itself. Technically, you would say, well, there's no breaker structure, but we do have a small breaker there. Get that out the way. But if we do get the setup, we will be potentially entering another position. We do have to wait and see. We have to wait and see. We do have to wait and see. We still need confirmation though. Like I said, it's not on this leg that we take the trade. It's always on the confirmation leg that we take the trade. So we need a pullback, breaker structure, or pullback, and the setup in order to be 100% confident that this is what we're looking for. So still waiting on patience. We're not going to instantly jump into a trade just yet. If we do get a lower fill, at least we could say we followed the strategy. Alright guys, our trading window is almost over. It ends at, so it starts at 6 and it ends at 9 here. So if we don't get the move we need at 9, then trading session is officially over. So what is it? We'll mark it out here. That is the cutoff window. Pretty interesting right now. Looking like we're getting a bullish breaker. Pretty small and significant, so we wouldn't automatically assume that there is a imminent reversal just yet. Even if it did close above, we wouldn't automatically assume anything just yet. But it is always a sign potentially that something is may or may not happen. So let's just do a hypothetical forecast or projection. So if that is to happen, we could see price come and dig deeper into this higher time frame fair value gap here to finally take out this generated liquidity and all this generated liquidity here. So that's something to take into consideration if we do continue to move higher. It could immediately just get rid of this by starting to continue to move down. So that's just something to take into consideration. But not too much weight behind that projection just yet. We would have to see price start continue to climb and see what the deal is. If we do, in my opinion, it's not financial advice. Read the disclaimers, purely for entertainment purposes only. But if we do start to climb in a whole new direction at this point in time, the likelihood of us seeing another setup is not too likely before the end of our cutoff time, our trading window. So maybe we may or may not. We may or may not, guys. I guess we will find out eventually. We'll see. You got this, guys. Alright guys, so what it's looking like now is, who knows? At this point, who knows? Like I said, we may potentially start to go higher to take out this buy side on this buy side here. Based on the book, like textbook concept, we would look at that. So as you can see there, it's about to create a breaker if price closes above here. So if you saw a projection before, it was a potential buy side grab there. So either one or two things happen. We continue to attack that buy side, which creates a swing market structure shift, a swing bullish market structure shift, and we start to climb, or we come back in here, sweep this area to potentially get a move from up there. This may not be our dealing range anymore. This may not be our dealing range anymore. We would have to see until one of these ends get broken. So this is just choppiness at the end of the day. There's no for sure sign. We have a market structure shift, internal market structure shift, telling us that we are bullish. So technically this is like this, bullish, pullback. We see the market structure shift here, telling us that we are in alignment with this leg here. So market structure shift, pullback, done with the pullback, continuing upwards. And that's why we would, if this was our setup, we would maybe take a potential long there if we can get targeting this area here. If we can get the pullback into this area here, but that's not our setup. So, but that's hypothetically, if it was based off this leg here, and we were actually, and this was actually a weak high, this will be a part of the, I believe, a part of the setup. But based on this leg here, this is how you can tell price action. When you have if this was pro trend, this is actually counter trend, only because our swing structure is bearish, as you see over there. But we have the market structure shift. We have the market structure shift here. We have the breaker structure here, here. Then we get the pullback. Pullback, first sign that we are in a pullback phase with this bearish market structure. Then pullback, continuation, pullback, second breaker structure. Then we have the market structure shift telling us that now we're done with this pullback and we're potentially starting on the second leg, pushing up, starting here, giving us a breaker. So theoretically, if we wanted to take this long position, one second. trading window's almost over. There we go. What we're saying. So potentially, if we wanted to take this position here, it would be pulling back into this area to continue to go higher. Hypothetically speaking, if this was actually a reversal. But it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing anything interesting. Oh, look at that. So it does look like like I said here, we got the market structure shift. So we didn't ever get a pullback into this area. It does look like we're about to, so we're attacking that buy side, attacking this buy side. Will we get a pullback? It didn't look like we got the pullback here, or looks like it's gonna potentially be going straight for the run, straight for buy side. But this is nowhere near our setup. So we may potentially get something like that, potentially. If it sweeps this buy side and then continue running down, that'd be probably one of our setups, but we have to wait and see. We just went bullish on our swing structure, so we're gonna be very careful and see what's gonna happen. Our trading window is already over, so it looks like we got a fair value gap entry inside the breaker. So that may potentially be an entry, but again, not our setup. So the likelihood of us taking a buy right now, it's 0%. But if we did have taken an entry, let's see if it would have played out. Super tight stop. 1-1. I'm sorry, 1-2. So that would be 25 ticks. Signal didn't even last, so we would have to have waited for our candle close, but there's no entry there. The entry wasn't there. We were just a little too early for us to even get an actual answer. So no entry. So if you guys are wondering where I learned a lot of my setups, there's a couple. I mean, if you guys see, I don't really think I should. Not really here to promote other people. Due to I just don't know their. I would only promote people that I know. I don't want to expose my community to people that potentially are not valid. Due to safety reasons, I know how this industry is pretty ruthless when it comes to transparency and legitimacy. So if you guys did see some names, feel free to look them up, but I won't personally be promoting anybody or saying, like, I do want to share love, I want to share love for sure, but I don't have time to verify whether or not they're legitimate, so I'm just not going to promote or give any shout outs. But if you guys do see it, you guys do see it. It's okay. So, like, take it at your own risk. Not financial advice. Looking like our trading window is almost over. We got like 15 more minutes. 15 more minutes. Like I said, we took 2 trades. One of them was actually A+, which was this one. So potential. Potential setup. No, it's not. It's not. We're still, in all honesty, I'm still bearish until at least, I don't know, what, 66.24? 624. But even though our trading window is over, I'll probably stick around and just be on live, spend time with you guys. Like I said, I'm trying to make everything a little more accessible, be more available to my subscribers, because you guys are amazing, and I have no idea where you guys are from, what time zone you are, what hours you trade, so I'll stick around. You guys have any comments, questions, should be able to answer them for you. And there may be potential setups that I won't execute on, but you may be able to see, so be something to look out for. Hey, so I didn't read the comments. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the comments, but thank you. Appreciate it. I should have the comments up during this time. But if you guys do have any questions, feel free to ask. Most definitely willing, here to help. If you need help, see what I can do. But appreciate it. Hopefully I can help you guys as best I can. But as of right now, we're just waiting for more volatility to give us more direction to see what price wants to do. I'm still bearish, but I always like to potentially mark out areas where there may be a good setup, even if it is against my bias. I won't necessarily take the trades, but if it does meet criteria, you know, there's always someone that would take an entry that I wouldn't necessarily take, but there's always buyers and sellers at all levels. So I like to keep an open mind to see exactly potential trade setups. So we are getting continuation of higher prices. Not 100% sure if we're going to just continue to run higher or get a pullback into our area, but we can continue to see. We'll continue to see and watch. If we do get potential entries outside of our trading window, I won't be executing on them, but because the probability of those being A+ are just not 100%. Well, no setup is 100%, but the overall profitability of the trading setup won't be as high as it should be, which makes the strategy not overall. So what makes this specific strategy profitable is the trading window. That's a big significant reason. Big significant reason on why this strategy is profitable. So that's why I traded within the trading window, and why even if there is a setup outside the trading window, why I wouldn't specifically take them even though they are profitable. So just to keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. You guys will see other setups that follow the same entry criteria as the ones you're seeing now, but the likelihood of those playing out are not as likely to if those same setups were presented inside the trading window. So I know you guys understand that. I just want to make a disclaimer that specifically this setup works well. No guarantees. Past results are not guaranteed a future profitability or future results. So disclaimer, like I said, read in the description. And I'm not a financial advisor. It's for pure entertainment purposes only. If you are looking for a financial advisor, seek professional help. But I am not a financial advisor. But like I said, there are potential other setups that will present itself. But you should definitely not take them, in my opinion. You should not be taking them. You should not be taking them outside the trading window, which ends in like 5 minutes. I mean, you could, at your own risk, you know, trade at your own risk. I just know the edge is in the trading window, personally. The edge is in the trading window. We were in a little losing streak though, with this specific setup. The past, on the 11th, what was it, starting on the 12th, 12th and 13th was straight losing days. Yeah, not the best for the strategy, but we're here for long term. Long term, it's profitable. I mean, we go through red days, red weeks. Hopefully not red months, but we do try our best here. I wish me well. It does look like we're gonna be bearish for the rest of the night, in my opinion. Maybe. We'll see. We have been bearish. Pretty bearish. At least the past, since the 13th. So, we'll see. Trading window ends in 4 minutes. There's a last minute entry. It has to be within the next 4 minutes. But it does not look like that's going to be the case. Be pretty cool though. It'll only be cool if we win, obviously. It'll only be cool if we win. One more minute before our trading window is over. It'd be pretty cool to see a nice little bearish breaker here. Come up, push down. Actually, this is the week high now, so we're not even really bearish anymore. well, yeah, I would expect price to pull back, continue higher, theoretically, at this point. But we don't know. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know what we don't know. You don't know what you don't know. All right, trading window is officially over. So any trades after this will not be executed on. Yeah. As far as I know, no trades should be executed past this time. If you do see a setup, take it at your own risk. But statistically, it's not calculated in the profitability percentage, so I would not take them. But if they do look, use your own discretion at this point. I will do it. I will stick around and do commentary on price if I see something significant. But yeah, we'll just be waiting for our next trading opportunity, trading window. But if we do see an entry setup, I would give my opinion on whether or not, like, I would execute on it, but I would give my opinion on whether or not that's something I would have taken if it was in my trading window. So you can still stick around, watch price action. If you guys do see something that that you would execute on personally, you know, take that in consideration. But yeah. I mean, let's see. Just because I'm on the live, I do want to see something really quick. Let's see. The edge is really in the time window, guys. I'd really advise you. No, I don't advise you. I'm not a financial advisor. This is all for entertainment purposes only. I'm not a financial advisor. This is just my personal opinion. My personal opinion, guys. I do not know. It's all pure entertainment. I repeat, read the disclaimer. Please. I'm just kidding, but please. No, but understand, I'm not a financial advisor. So potential setup here. It's outside of our trading window, so we won't be taking it. But it looks very appealing for sure. It looks very appealing. It's only valid at the close. I'm not a financial advisor. Read a disclaimer. So yeah, it wasn't entered. We did not enter on this trade, but it is technically the setup. Like I said, the edge is in the trading window. Whether this plays out will not be calculated in the profitability percentage, because it's not in the trading window. I am not a financial advisor. I do not advise on financial matters. This is only for educational purposes only. Read the disclaimer below. But yeah. So theoretically, this trade would be in profit right now. But like I said, we're not in this trade. We're not in this trade because it is not in our trading window. Yeah, that was a potential long, but that's not it's not the exact same setup. Yeah, you can change it in the settings, but it's not the setup. potential another setup here. Like I said, I don't normally enter these setups outside of the trading hour, but it's always interesting to see how they play out. We did sweep that buy side liquidity like I mentioned earlier. Let's see if we can get rejection. So we would have entered here at the close of this candle. Let's see if we can hit TP. Like I said, I'm not actively in this trade right now because it's outside of the trading hours. But it would be interesting to see how this trade plays out. We also are getting a market structure shift fair value gap entry here. My settings do have any fair value gap under a specific amount not to show due to clutter on the chart, but because there was a fair value gap entry there is actually a fair value gap there. It just doesn't show due to it not meeting the size criteria within the settings of the indicator. But actually it was a nice 50% touch. We did enter at the open of this candle, so technically we didn't enter off this signal. It wasn't in 100% alignment of this signal here, but nevertheless it's pretty good alignment. So it would have been like, I don't know, I don't think we reached 50% of that move just yet. Probably turning this into a breaker here. Not yet. We have to get the close below in 30 seconds. We'll get the close below that move. That's why it's always important to wait for confirmation and the close of the candle. 10 more seconds. This volatility is actually right at 10 a.m. It's actually 10:02 New York Standard Time. We actually got a gap as well, so that's pretty good. It's looking like we'll be running straight to TP. Hopefully it also could potentially be running this sell side liquidity here. Not 100% sure at this point. Nevertheless, if we did break even at 1-to-1, that's not necessarily the setup, but then again, we are not in the trading hours, so I guess a little bit of discretion would be applied here. You could move to break even if you were actually in this trade at 50%. At 1-to-1, move to break even, protect your capital. This is all hypothetical because, like I said, we don't execute trades outside of this trading hour when it comes to the Asian setup. Hopefully we can get that move down. It's actually starting here is the beginning of the new 4-hour candle. So let's see. Hopefully we can just get that rejection here to finish it off, tapping into at least 50% of this breaker. Ideally, that's something we want to see. Obviously, we'd want to see TP hit. So yeah, we're just waiting for that last bit of volatility to see if you can reach TP. This gap here is really interesting to see. I think it's volume gap, something like that. Getting a lot of rejection, so pretty interesting to see, like I said. Another SIBI entry signal here. Or bearish fair value gap. It's also inside the breaker. And it didn't close, so that signal is not 100% valid yet. Candle has to close, and here's a new candle, which now makes it valid. Now we're seeing if it's going to respect. And continue moving down. below the 50%. It's really been interesting recently how I've shifted from wanting to exit my trades like here, just saying that's enough, I'll take that, and actually letting the trades play out. And I feel like that sort of confidence only came from seeing the overall statistics of the setup playing out over a good long period of time, and just trusting that it's for my own benefit that that we actually hold a trade, no matter if we run all the way to stop loss, because statistically our trading strategy is profitable only if it's at a 2 RR risk to reward ratio. So if we decide to take the money now here, it'll definitely mess up the statistics, because when we do make losses like this, it would not add up, it would not make the profitable percentage accurate, because it's based off of 1 to 2 RR. So if I would take this trade, then lose this trade, and then lose 2 trades, if I lose, so let's say I lose 2 trades and I gain 1, I would have lost 1 R, lost another R, then let's just say this was finally a win, but I closed here instead of at the 2R, my account would not be at break even. It'll still be at a loss because I didn't fully exit the trade at the 2R. So I would be at a loss still instead of a break even, and that'll basically be robbing myself of the overall result if I decided to be impulsive and exit the trade because I'm already up, a couple $100 or whatever the amount is, because these trades will come, losses like this will happen. But when this time comes, this will offset the losses in the long term, but they won't if I do interfere with the trades and exit early, or exit at 1-1, or switch from full stop loss or TP and move to break even at a certain point. Just switching it up ruins the statistics and makes your strategy seem unprofitable when it is profitable. It's just that you need to stick to the rules of that strategy, because the rules are what make it profitable. The trading window is what makes it profitable. All these things is what makes it profitable long term. And when you made that agreement with yourself that I'm going to follow these rules because these rules are what makes the strategy profitable, and then you go against those rules, you basically void the confidence that the strategy statistics give you when it comes to the overall profitability percentage rate. So although sometimes, like, once you really settle in to the understanding that, okay, I have to hold till TP or I have to hold till stop loss, because overall your trading strategy requires it in order for you to technically say that you have a profitable strategy. It's important that you stick to that, because any little discrepancy will ruin the percentage rate. And let's just say you're super close to your percentage rate technically being unprofitable based on your win rate and your risk to reward, because that's a combination, and you just exiting just a little bit earlier puts your profitability at a unprofitable strategy. You just now went from a profitable strategy to an unprofitable strategy just by exiting your trade maybe once or twice early, a little early, or maybe cutting your losses because of this reason or that reason. Like, even on the bad end, like, you know, some people say cut your losses, let your winners run. Like, if that's not part of your strategy plan and you hear somebody say it and they're profitable, it's only because they have a different trading strategy that allows them to do that. That does not mean that you should implement what they do into your trading strategy. That means that they may have a different setup, they may have a different risk to reward ratio that allows them to say that statement and be able to be profitable by doing that. So that's just something to take into consideration of another reason why you should be holding onto your trades, if it is part of your trading strategy, because each little discrepancy will affect your profitability percentage. It's not financial advice. It is super tempting. I do definitely understand it's super tempting. But you have to be able to stay focused. Stay focused on your ability to stay consistent. Stay consistent. Just a lot of buying pressure that continues to come. Market structure shift, very interesting. Market structure shift, break or block. That just probably means that they're just coming here to sweep this area here. We would need to see immediate engulfing, not engulfing, but immediate bearish candle that like just destroys all of this buy side energy, or impulsive buy side, or just a super crazy wick closing down for me to be convinced now that we're gonna hit take profit, because that's a lot of buying pressure right now. But we are overall still bullish, and we should be targeting this weak buy side. So this is more of a counter trend trade. It's not even pro trend, which is not something I would normally do. So technically we would be from here to here, and we would draw our fib from this low here to this high here, and we would look for PD arrays that are alignment with under the 50%, which would be this bearish or bullish breaker. Alright, nothing to really mention on this price action here. Just pure choppiness with no volatility. We did get a market structure shift to the downside, break structure, swept this high here. So technically we've now transitioned to bearish internal price action. Will it continue to hold? We don't know. I would still consider, since our dealing range has changed, technically it's supposed to be like this. It's still supposed to be, we're still in an uptrend. We're in discount, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do start to climb up, but at this point it can go either way. This is where some people's mental capital would have already been spent and they would have just exited to trade. But two things: one, I'm not in this trade, and two, regardless of the outcome, I still would have held between stop loss or take profit. So this trade is still valid until one side or the other gets hit. So like I said, we're not in this trade, but if we were taking this trade, those are the rules we would have followed. It's kind of an interesting situation because technically we were supposed to be targeting this high, but we're still on this trade here. So just confluences are now flipped against us, just making this trade a little less probable to play out in our favor. But as of right now, we're continuing to get bearish market structure. We just got the break structure here. So we may be going towards this sell side liquidity and hopefully towards this take profit here. Guys, give me 1 second. Okay, so we're actually getting some movement down. So it does look like we're heading towards the sell side liquidity. We're now running towards this low here and TP hit. So TP hit on that one, and we just got confirmation that we're going to be entering into this next trade here. Like I said, this is outside our trading window, so we won't be taking these trades. There's a couple seconds delay. When you guys are actually seeing this entry getting shown to you, this is the 1 minute chart, so I don't know how much the delay will affect you if you happen to take this entry, but it's not financial advice. Seek professional help. This is all for educational purposes only. But we're now on this trade here. Market structure shift to the downside, swing structure, break structure, or fair value gap entry here. we could potentially be targeting this sell side here. It's actually in perfect alignment with the TP take profit area there. So let's see if we can get another TP hit. Like I said, guys, we're not in this trade, but it is a part of the setup, a part of the trade setup. Like I said, it's perfect alignment with this low here, which is super interesting. I just really find it fascinating when your setup aligns with structure. It's very interesting. Like they say he's an algorithm, but who knows? Who really knows? I don't know. But I would assume that this stuff here, all this buy side liquidity is gonna get swept sooner or later. Who knows when? Maybe now. But yeah, we're just gonna see how this trade plays out. See if there's anything interesting that we'll see. So it does give you little hints on where price is gonna go based off not even the signals itself, but just like market structure shift, break structure, like little hints. We just got the signal for fair value gap inside the breaker. So we are now also sell side weak low, sell side liquidity with buy side liquidity all right here and here. Yeah, so pretty interesting. 1 second, let me just adjust something really quickly. I'm right here, not going anywhere, I assure you. I just want to adjust this really quickly. Here we go. All right, I'm coming back. Here we go. I'm back. I just wanted to get the PO3 indicator visual in visual range because it was all the way over outside of the frame. All right, let's see. yeah, so this trade instantly got stopped out. Like I said, not all of them inside the trading window are going to be the best entries due to the time window being an edge. So that's just a good example. At 1 loss, 2 loss, this would have been break even if I traded any of these outside the trading window. Would have been. I think so only this trade should have been entered. So technically I should have half the balance I have here. Should only be half. So if I was at half, this would have been break even. This would have been 2R. This would have been 1R. So I would be at 1R right now. Out of all of these trades, I would have been at 1R. But because obviously I stuck to the rules, I'm up 2R. And that's it. I'm up 2R instead of 1R. Just so you guys know, if I am in a position, you will see down on the right my P&L right here. You will see an open P&L. You'll see price move if I'm actually in a position. So if you guys are watching right now and you guys are wondering, am I taking this trade here, you'll be able to see my P&L live moving or actively moving if I am in a position. An example, if you go to the beginning of the live stream, you'll see that I was in a trade during this time and a trade during this time, and you'll see the live P&L move. So I'm not currently in this position, just so you guys know. This is exactly why I don't trade outside my trading window. Trades like this, like we would have been sitting here. Just like a disclaimer again, I'm not currently in this trade. As you can see by my P&L, it's not moving. Not currently in this trade, but if we were, this would have been, we wouldn't have been stopped out or hit take profit yet, but just the fact that price is just moving like this, it's not good. But we'll be ending the live stream after one of these sides get hit, and we'll be back during our London session to see if there's any setups.